European Council. While we wait for the last persons to come here, in order to have a quorum, let me remind you that cannot eat here in this room because it's forbidden. But if you do, please make sure that there is no evidence left. We were reprimanded about it last time, so if we will be reprimanded again about sandwich wrappers and the like, we will not be granted access to this room anymore. Kulderangas, do you know if any from your group is coming in late? Okay, let's start the meeting. Still waiting for a few people who are coming in late, and because of that, I think we could start with the latest news from the central office before we officially start the meeting. Go ahead, feel free to start. Okay, you should probably hear me now with the speaker now. Yes, now that we have overcome the technical difficulties, it's now my turn to tell you about the recent events at the central office. So first, about the community. Went through the reform plan, updating the tutoring with the university. We also have the new tram coming into Otaniemi as well. We held a carnival for its opening. It went very well. And for the Tempaus team, we had 30 applicants. And the office's recreational day is tomorrow. Some events. Aalto Amazing Race going on right now, actually. Tomorrow we have the Aalto Alumni Day, and the museum will be open as well. Next week we have the After Arts Week at Vare. And next Friday we have the Autumn Singing Night. On the 7th of November we have the Aalto Games. On the 11th of November we have Tokyo's Masquerade. And then we have the Tekkari Tradition Week as well, between the 11th and 19th of November. Then about housing and real estate. The new residence selection principles entered into force on the 25th of October, so that is yesterday. The new sauna reservation practices will enter into force at all AYYE locations starting from the 1st of November. Our new property service partner will also start to work with us in the locations in Helsinki at the start of November. Otokari 15, the updated cost estimate has been completed. And for Otokari 18, the older side facelift project has also been started. Then about communications. We have done a lot of communication regarding the reps council elections, had some Instagram takeovers, printed products, coordination work, digital communications. There's a volunteer recruitment. What start we have communicated about that as well. The website project is also progressing well, and we are working on the annual clock for communications. We also have some advocacy-themed blogs, blog posts on the AYYE website. We also supported the communications efforts of our SYL candidate, and also been a photography on campus and at events. Here you can see some examples. Just a few pictures. Can marvel at this. Then advocacy. The policy paper is still being processed. And the SYL delegation has started its hard work. The Halloped application process is we have prepared that. And the World Student Capital's Student City publication event is on the 2nd of November. Those are the blog posts about that are mentioned here. They can be found on our website. Then about administration and IT. The representative council elections are in full swing. We have 236 candidates. We have 4 new electoral alliances. Pro-Arte-Lenient left-valta kuuluu Fukselle and yhden tähden liike. And we will also have the election panel on the 2nd of November. And also we'll be sending the voter letters for our members who are eligible to vote next week. And voting opens on the 1st of November and will run until the 8th of November. And we will hold an election night at the Siavo Sauna on the 8th of November. And the first meeting of the new European Council will be held already on the 14th of November. And the application period for the board will be open from 30th of October until the 16th of November. We are rebuilding AYYE's Microsoft environment so that is Teams and SharePoint. It's progressing quite slowly but surely. Also transferring our association's websites to Louhi, this company. The automation of the invoicing for one-time rental premises is proceeding as well. And then for the board, we did some networking, hosted these Nordic 5 tech student representatives here in Otaniemi. Also the 4 FIS representatives from Prague, from the Prague University of Economics and Business. Also took part in the SEXMY meeting in Tampere this week and met with the honorary council at the start of the month. Also took part in the Raide Jokeri Carnival for the new tram line. And the board had also had a holiday last week. Here you can see the past topics on the board's agenda that we have handled in our meetings. We reviewed the part 2 of the policy paper, did preparatory work for next year's action plan, approved of the minutes for the Teekkari assembly, prepared for the N5T meeting. We confirmed documents for the first part of the policy paper based on your comments, that is, and discussed the future of AYYE in the word student capital, and selected AYYE representatives for the HOAS board. We also had a preliminary discussion on next year's budget. Thank you. Point of order. The PowerPoint was too big to be sent via the mailing list, but we are now sent the PDF. Actually, we have the vice chair of the board here, so you can act as microphone messenger. We talked about the housing activities and the new reservation practices for saunas. Could you clarify that those... Do we have any buildings with no sauna, actually? Yes, please, I'll remind you how to use the microphone. Keep it very close to your mouth, please. We have apartment buildings with no sauna, and those buildings, also previously you could not book sauna facilities from a neighboring building, and you cannot do it in the future either. But there are some buildings where you can, previously you were able to reserve a sauna shift from a neighboring building, and in those buildings you can do so also in the future. So the situation has not changed. So those buildings with no saunas, where are they? Where there is no possibility to reserve a sauna shift? I can't say it by heart, but there are very few of them, not that many. Any other questions? Apparently no. Board's comment. Thank you. I left it out from the presentation, but we have this Meet the AYYE board event coming up next Tuesday at 5 p.m. at Pelimanni. So welcome everyone if you're interested in applying for the board. Blinnikka.
On the housing and real estate, not specific.
This is in English.
Wasn't it so that last year there was quite some money given to housing associations to renovate their club spaces and things like that? Yes. I just wanted to comment that it would be nice to hear how that's going, because I've heard that some associations have done nothing with it, and it seems kind of like a waste of money.
Okay, thanks for the comment.
Question. Blinnikka, do you mean?
Miten voi unohtaa sanan? Anteeksi. Tarkistan sanan, koska nyt lyö tyhjää vaikka.
I have to check the word. I cannot remember the word I was about to say. Yes, the housing delegation, housing committee. Or do you mean associations? Or what do you mean by this?
Tarkoitatko, olisiko toimikuntia vai yhdistyksiä?
Thanks. Otamme kommentin huomioon.
Thank you. We'll take this into account.
Muuta keskusteluaiheita toimista kuulumisesta.
If there are no other comments for this news, we can open the actual meeting. I think we have quorum. It's time for a round of applause since we have quorum this time.
Yes. Tervetuloa Aalto-yliopiston ylioppilaskunnan
Welcome to the Aalto University Student Union Representative Council meeting 6/2023. It's Thursday, 26th of November 2023, and it's 5:33 p.m. Opening the meeting. Closing item 1, moving to item 2, recording the members and deputy members of the council who are unavailable, disqualified, ineligible, resigned, and present. We will see who are present and our executive director Antti Ilmavirta will perform the roll call. Please let us know when you hear your name. Antti, please. Thank you. Let's start with Aallon kokoomus.
Kem Ollikainen. Kosonen. Sanokaa, jos teidän liitosta on sitten joku muukin.
Please let me know if someone else from your coalition is here as well.
Okei, hyvä. Käydään ensiksi kaikki ja sitten palataan tähän. Eli Adriansen on ilmeisesti, onko tulossa kuitenkin?
Is Adriansen coming? Yes, running late.
Karesoja.
Karasoja.
Myös myöhässä.
Running late as well, I believe.
Eli poissa.
Or absent.
Poissa, aha, selvä.
Okay.
Saapuvaksi tähän kokoukseen. Grekov. Yläpoikelus. Palmqvist. Riihimäki. Nikola. Ja joku muu vielä Kylterirenkaasta.
Anyone else from Kylterirengas?
Suomela, kiitos.
Suomela, okay.
Luja, Haavanlammi.
And Luja next.
Puisto. Teiltä. Jeps. Luova, Ahola. Kanniainen. Teiltä. Jes, Kismo, Mäntylä. Sorvari. Muita teiltä.
Anyone else from your coalition?
Mikkonen. Laakso. Pääkkönen. Ja muita teiltä.
Anyone else for Vihreämpi Aalto? Okay, Voltti next.
Teiltä.
Anyone else?
Vuoga. Keskinisula. Holmström. Helaskoski. Muita teiltä.
Anyone else from Vuoga?
Täysmittainen edustus.
Yes, full representation from Vuoga.
Läsnä 25.
25 representatives present.
Listan jäsentä todettu. Lisäksi annetaan puheoikeus
We also grant the right to speak to all AYYE employees, OPS, people, and the interpreters. Automatic the right to be present and to speak
Toiminnanjohtaja, hallitus,
is given to Financial Director of Financial Committee and the Executive Director.
eduskunnan jäsenet.
And all members of the Student Union have the right to be present. Closing item 2, moving to item 3,
laillisuuden, se
recording the lawfulness and quorum of the meeting.
sääntöjen mukaan edustajat
According to our regulations, we have a quorum if there are at least 25 representatives present, and the chair or vice chair of the representative council. This has finally happened. We're very proud of this. So we can now state that the meeting has quorum.
Suljetaan kohta 3, siirrytään kohtaan
Moving item 3, moving to item 4, summoning 2 minutes reviewers and 2 vote counters.
tuttuun tapaan valitaan 2 pöytäkirjatarkastajaa ja heille
As before,
jäsenet.
we will select 2 reviewers of the minutes and their deputies, and 2 vote counters and their deputies. And I propose that we do as before, so that the reviewers of the minutes will act as deputies for the vote counters and vice versa. This means that we need 4 names. Opening discussion. Any suggestions?
Pöytäkirjan tarkastajaksi Leevi Kososta.
I propose Leevi Kosonen as reviewer of the minutes. Filman, I'm volunteering as reviewer of the minutes.
Ja vielä 2 ääntenlaskijaa.
2 vote counters.
Riihimäki käyttäisi.
Kiitos. Ja 1 vielä.
Riihimäki is available as vote counter.
Kiitos.
Yes.
Päätän aiheesta keskustelun ja valitaan pöytäkirjan
Closing discussion.
Kosonen ja Filman.
So Kosonen and Filman will act as the reviewers of the minutes. Their deputies are Riihimäki and Ollikainen. And Riihimäki and Ollikainen will act as vote counters, and their deputies are Kosonen and Filman.
Päätetty. Suljetaan kohta 4. Siirrytään kohtaan 5.
Closing item 4, moving to item 5, confirming the agenda.
Esityslista on toimitettu teille kokouskutsun yhteydessä.
The agenda has been sent to you with the invitation to the meeting. Does anyone have anything to comment or add to it?
Ei näytä olevan,
Apparently no.
joten hyväksytään esityslista
So we can confirm the agenda as the agenda for the meeting.
Suljetaan kohta 5. Siirrytään
Moving to item 5, closing item 5 and moving to item 6, announcements. Opening discussion. Filman. I'd like to announce the representative council elections will start in about a week, and the voting aid machine has also opened. And you can use it to find a suitable candidate. I suggest everyone to use this voting aid application.
Kiitos.
Thank you.
Ilmoitusasioita.
Any other announcements?
Mikäli ei ole, suljen aiheesta.
If no, closing discussion.
Päätään kohdan 6.
And we will also close item 6 and moving to item 7, latest news from the office. The board already presented the latest news from the office before the start of the meeting,
Avaan vielä aiheesta keskustelua.
but are still open in discussion on the item, just in case.
Filman.
Filman. Thank you. Propose that already always ask people who come in late. Ask these people if they want to hear the presentation again, that they don't have to ask it themselves.
Toteuttaa tämä.
Yes, we can do this. Those who came in late, do you want to hear the latest news from the central office again?
Tulkitsen, että ei.
Apparently no.
Kyllä.
Am I correct? Yes. Thank you.
Mikäli ei tule muita,
If there are no other comments for this item,
keskustelun.
we can close discussion.
Täten edustajista päätti merkitä tiedot.
And the representative council decided to record the latest news from the office in the minutes.
Suljetaan kohta 7.
Closing item 7 and moving to item 8,
Talousarvion ja toimintasuunnitelman.
budget and action plan. and the preliminary discussion.
Talousarvio ja toimintasuunnitelma ovat
The budget and action plan are regularly documents guiding the activities of the student union, which are approved by the delegation for the following year at its December meeting. The executive director is responsible for preparing the action plan, and the financial director is responsible for preparing the budget. But in practice, both documents have been prepared in collaboration. On the basis of the documents, discussions have taken place between the board and the management group. Discussion materials have been submitted to representatives via the mailing list. So Antti and Monica, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You may begin. Right. Good evening. I will be starting. So we kind of did a little lottery. We'll start with the budget. And the preliminary discussion for the activities budget. Starting off with a little recap on what budgeting is, what is its point, what's it an AYY. We also have other budgeting in addition to association activities, but today we will be only discussing these activities. Let's go through the incomes and expenses so you can remember and catch up on what we're actually discussing. We'll be going through the timetable for the upcoming fall this fall, after which we'll have questions, first from you to us, then from us to you. So some little votes, after which you can then discuss. The budget, financial plan for a certain period. For us, it's for the upcoming year. We'll be budgeting for different targets. All in all, why we are doing this, because we have limited resources. We want to guide their use. People want a lot, and we can only do so much. So the budget is used to guide this. And you will be doing the deciding. As a quadrilateral field on what part the budget is part of. We'll be trying to lead our actions with the action plan and the budgets each year, which is why we want to discuss and have these at the same time. The more we want activities, the more we'll have income and expenses. And when we just talk about over year planning, we are talking strategy. And also finance will have its own plans and investment plans in place. So I have the questions before the numbers, but after this, so before the principles or what? Pay no mind to our discussion. So here, all in all, are quite complicated organizational structure. We are budgeting quite a lot of numbers which do not come from organizational activities. And so that we can actually form a good big picture. You also hear about housing activities. A lot of our resources, me included, will also work with housing activities and association activities. So we have shared resources at the office. So have some which only serve association activities, but mainly large elements here. We are single rentals, resources, association spaces, and operational grants. And we'll have some slides for those. What kind of division is there? We also have resources which serve our housing activities. We have lots of targets. We are budgeting, at least it's actually a lot bigger to budget this housing activities, but you will be in December. We have not approved the housing activities budget, but you will be at least seeing possible increases in rent that we will be possibly making once we get moving with things. So here is this in its entirety. We also have activities which are not budgeted, for example, our investments. We have our income expectations based on which we'll make choices. Progressing. This package is actually pretty same. If you have been 1 year ago in the preliminary discussion, and the world and timetable are the same here in that we have the preliminary discussion in October, and then we'll be making decisions in December. But because the starting point was a bit different for this year on the financial side as it was a year ago, comparing, we made some preliminary work in a different manner than compared to last year. The board has not been participated in budgeting a lot. We have started to do these starting points based on the numbers to introduce them to the board, to give them an efficient start based on the opinions you give. They can start to make the decisions that we need with a brisk pace. So we'll be making budgets, etc. So we are already something we have gone into very deep into detail, so we can further see what kinds of starting points we have regarding the budgeting work. If the board so wishes, you may still bring budgeting issues in the next meeting next month. It's a question for the board as well. How much support do they wish or need before the December meeting? What portions or what funds are we using to fund our association activities? We have our membership fees, which is known to everyone. We talk about the investment framework. So our investment framework is consisting of our investment profits that we garner from our investments. For last year and this year, we have budgeted 600,000, which has been the world we've lived in. It's about 23%, 36% from membership fee, and also the cost covering for our housing activities. We go to about 1 million, which is the largest portion. We have inside the association activities, we have different kinds of segments, other kinds of incomes. We have lots of ticket sales. We have association sales. We have a corporation, and all of these, which are part of our net budget for expenses. Then I have twice depicted. So we have two ways to present you with expenses, so you know what kind of things they are formed of. So we have kind of a team depiction of our net expenses. So we have expenses. We have the larger portions here being administration and support activities where we don't have a lot of income. And then we have our core teams, advocacy, and community work. Of course, we have most in association work. Then we have also grants, office services, and rental services. Then here, as a note, over 50% of our costs come from wages. to the board and our employees. This is something you should take into note when we are evaluating the elements which we have in budgeting. What kind of starting points do we have? Looking at general increases for the competitive tendering for work contracts. And then we have administration costs. And like on the previous slides, we had the association grants. And in addition to all other net costs, 30,000. I checked the university pages that does Aalto University have wages. They have a lot more in terms of percentages. So we have a lot over 60% for wages for Aalto. Then principles, which the principles or starting points for the 2023 budget. Or we'll let Monica continue with the budget starting points. We want to ask you a few direction giving questions. So you may orient yourselves to these for this year. The questions will be coming from what kind of scope for association activities should be the baseline for budget actions next year. We should increase, even if it would mean more money. So we'll also, of course, need more income. Current scope of activities is good, or current scope of activities need to be cut down to create cost savings in our expenses. Question 2, how do you feel an increase in membership fees in the current situation should be increased? White, it's okay to increase slightly to avoid cuts in activities. And red being that membership fees should not be raised in any case, even if it means cuts to activities. Number 3, how do you feel about the price increases of services as part of the financing of the organization's activities, for example, regarding events, premises, and associated activities? Blue, price should be increased to raise the level of services. White, slight price increases are okay to avoid cuts, and red, increases in price should be avoided even if it means cuts to the service level. Why are we asking these? It is because if you feel strongly about any of these issues, it will guide the preparatory work. We won't start to suggest that it's an idea which you have clearly cut down. But if they are quite 50-50, then we will be interpreting that we have lots of leeway for our suggestions. If somebody is missing their voting slips, please ask for them. You may also ask for clarifying questions, but this as a kind of a preliminary information for you for your decision making. You will know what to answer when you will be asked these questions soon. So a few points that for all it was a bit of a surprise that we have the automation membership removal next spring. We have recognized that probably the 24 membership fees this will not affect. And this was probably coming and has affected our activities in the long term. So to start with, this is something that we'll most definitely be discussing on several levels of our governance. Another thing regarding membership fees, the things that is good is that we have more members. base has increased, it's probable that we can budget a larger sum. So this income will be positive, increasing. And this year, staff costs did not actually hold. I think we budgeted at like a 2.5% or something, and we had the stuff sent by our cooperation agreements. Different stage. This is a kind of a baseline which affects greatly because our wages are such large portions of our yearly budget. This is something we can't really affect. Then, because what we have looked into, especially when we have started to look at the situation, the housing activities are something that it's really challenging to take any more administrative costs. But we must take some of them for many reasons. In addition, we can't cover costs on organizational activities which pertain to housing, but we have a lot of needs we have added as extras. We have also have increased pressure for wages and the services sector. Have a legislative mandated requirement for accountability, which this is something that we need to actually take into account. Brought a lot of pressure for us. Separate our housing activities from association activities. So made communication specialists hiring. So have more weight for the AYYE services. LTD. In practice, this means that it will make the association activities part lighter on housing activities. We did kind of a budgeting review on the office side, and in this stage we are at about 60,000 euros of savings or increases in membership fees or efficiency requirements. It'll be updated, but on a team level, we have not budgeted anything else but staff costs on this year's level. If everything stays the same, and also these changes with these activities, but about a separation of 60,000 still in place. So as a baseline, each year we ask you on what do you think. Can we open or increase the budget framework? And we are not asking it about this year because the 22 performance for investments was bad on all investors, us included. Also, they're taking into account this first point about automation memberships. We are in a lot of pressure in this situation to ensure that the budget framework will not be increased. Our financial management this year will state that this 550,000 budget is something we should strive towards. And also for this framework discussion, even if we could have increased our funds through sale of properties, we would have an easier situation. We would have our more buffer. Thank you. I think the next slide is about questions.
Avataan aiheesta
Opening discussions. Ilman being the first.
Eli jos saan täsmentää vielä sen verran, niin
Yeah.
nyt voi esittää kysymyksiä ja sitten me esitetään noin meidän
Ask questions now, then we'll have our
lisää asioista.
direction giving votes.
Hallitukselle ohjaavia kommentteja.
Any comments to guide the board with their activities after our votes? Thank you, Chairperson. I have several questions. Can I ask them all at once? So one by one, please. So first off, we are talking about association budget activities, but will we have some sort of recap about the other parts of the budget as well, especially housing activities? Yes, so housing activities and its budgeting, a few years we stated that we will not bring it here for approval because we have our own cost-based rental system and our principles. And at this stage, we are making the budgeting per housing target. So to begin with, we are not bringing, for example, cost center based budgeting to here for approval. Can I continue? So if it's with the same subject, so if in the next meeting we'll be approving this budget, or we are approving it, we will be approving the things stated here. Yes, we will be bringing the budget review for December's meeting, and if at that stage we have the boards and the communities approved budgets with the rental increases, we may bring it for your information here. So that's the idea. We may bring it to your information, but will not be approved here, but it will be done by the tenants and the board. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Have you evaluated that if next year we'll have a decision of relinquishing automation membership, that it would have costs next year or preparations in itself, in some capacity or another? My evaluation is that probably not at least significant costs. We would maybe have to start to do the preparations in-house, because this is quite difficult questions to start a review from a consultancy company. Perhaps something regarding the legalities, but I wouldn't believe that it would bring large sums of money. I would maybe continue here that this whole discussion about automation membership, in a sense that the current information is that we have it in the plan for the parliament. Will it happen? We have discussed in the board that eventually, like Monica said, we will make some sort of scenario analysis on what the options are. And at the board, we will be discussing next week on what stage do we want to put this into the action plan, to have it clear cut there. We're not in the discussion at the very goal, at least. Maybe I'll have some detailed answers for you next meeting. We'll be ready to do the analysis on what might happen. It's an interesting thing that it might say that we have a discussion that automation membership will be removed. There's a lot of options on will there be a separate funding model, or there's a lot of moving parts. Things are still in the air regarding this. So will it progress? But all in all, now that it's in the plan for the parliament, we have to take a stance and prepare. We'll be clarifying on what will actually be done in the upcoming meetings. Thank you. Filman. Thank you. So we mentioned the investment funds. What was our results for that? Said it was weak. I'll try to make it concrete that I think last we kind of at the end of the year, I think almost we used as much money as the student center would cost. We lost that much, but our performance for our investments has been quite good or steady this year. So you need to remember that we have a very market-based committed portfolio for investments, and our fund managers managed very well comparing to the index, so they didn't fail, but rather the market as in itself dropped in 2022 quite largely. And we also stated that this kind of a correction that, for example, we did at the start of COVID, large dip, but we rised as much, but nothing like that actually came. So if you look at, for example, our housing portfolio has done so that we said that we are okay. We are within the 550, 600,000. We set on that with the idea that we have years without income. But all in all, now that we have commitment to the student center, we want to commit to the investment. We have quite a large investment there, which has been supported by sales of property. But the market situation being what it is, this kind of frameworking, which is sustainable financially, we have evaluated that 550,000 would be such. It's something that we could aim towards this year based on what we know now. Can I continue? So I didn't hear, but you mentioned is our investment funds 24 million? We have about 26 million at the end of this year evaluation on how much we can calculate, but our investment funds are greater. It has been removed the funds for the student center. We have a scholarship fund system. At the end of the year, I think we had 40 million, but that was at the end of 21, 48 million at the end of 21. So in its entirety, what we calculate the framework based on, if 550 or 600,000, it has been included to be removed the scholarship funds, which the funds of which will go to as grants to the members. The TTE fund has been removed as well because their income is handled by the TTE fund. The student center has also been thought to be funded with these investments fund, not with the borrowed money, if we can't sell the real estate, which we have approved to. And what is our current value? I would maybe remember it, but 43. It's embarrassing that I can't remember. About 48, 43. About approximately.
Yes, Filman. Yes. As I mentioned, the test budget. What is its share from the overall budget? It's a separate project, but it's very old. It's just a few thousand euros, very small. It's kind of better left ignored. It's just something that we should complete but because of technical reasons, it's its own entry in our structure. It's an old EU project that we still have some things that we need to finish. Yes, so a couple of thousand of euros. Yes. Yes, below 10,000 euros. And you also mentioned for costs, these support functions for ownership steering, ownership control. So could you clarify this a bit? And its scale, what kind of money we're talking about? So yes, you had these support functions for ownership steering. What does it mean in reality, and how much are the costs here? In a group such as us, for example, take part in all corporate meetings for smaller subsidiaries, also do other things than just financial control, so representing the owners when the board has given us the mandate to do so. So does this mean, for example, meeting compensation or premise costs for a meeting, or what does it actually mean? Yes, for support functions, it usually means, in this case, the staff for a financial team and also housing team and purchased services. So accounting firms that we have to use, auditors, asset managers. So they are entered under this heading. So this is pretty much the same as the regular personal costs. Okay. Thank you. And there was this that administration also entails IT. So could you clarify this a bit as well? Previously, when I came here for the first time, the IT resources were here under support functions. But now they have been moved under the administration heading. But does this mean, for example, that is it a share of our fixed equipment costs, or does it also entail software license fees, or how is it kind of divided, the administration IT costs? What does it actually entail? I can't remember it by heart, but we can look into it more. We have one non-military service person here and another staff member here in our IT services. So all our hardware and software is contained under this entry, but we can also break it down a bit if you want us to. Yes, I particularly want to know that how much the costs are for software license fees. If they could, for example, be done away with these costs by using open software. Do you have any kind of preliminary figures what the license fees could be? I can't really say, but send me an email and I'll look into it in more detail. Thank you. How many employees do we have, and what is the share between part-time and full-time employees? We have one full-time, but there's 50 people in total. Most of them are full-time. I think we're under my subordinates, I think 3 of them are part-time. Thank you, Filman. Last question. advisory costs. Here we have advocacy is our only statutory obligation, but it's under this non-profit activity. So could you break this down a bit as well? You shouldn't take everything so literally when reading this, but yes, non-profit ideological operations also contains our experts' salaries, 3 full-time experts, and chiefs as well, and project costs. But under administration, for example, we have entered all telephone costs, travel costs, things like that. Here, you should also note that when it comes to community costs, it also contains, or under this sector of community, it also contains all the income we get from that. So, for example, if we get 50,000 euros from event participation fees, that means that we can organize events with 50,000 euros without it affecting the number here. But mostly it's just a division of staff costs. But under community, there's also this event organization and things like that. Yes, last question. You also mentioned that if you get participation fees, it doesn't affect the figures. But does this mean that these figures don't contain the income from these fees? If that's the case, then what is our overall result, our profit that we can use for our operations? Containing everything that is not itemized here. Yes, these take into account the participation fees, actually. Yes, I stand corrected. That's why we talk about net costs. So that our people can, or you can decide that what kind of expenses we could use, for example, on volunteers. And the more profitable the events are, for example, we budget here to have a fixed item of income, and that's why we have the corporate relations entry under the teams. So that's why we also have these corporate relations profits here. We also try to enter all the costs that pertain to everyone at the office, for example, license fees, these auxiliary functions. They have not been rolled over to under our core team expense. Yes, apologies, I shouldn't try to decipher the slides that I have not created myself. Yes, I was wrong. Thank you for correcting me, Monica. If you have any more questions, please send them via email to our executive director and financial director. Here, now we can have the preliminary votes. Yes. Let's cut to the chase. Do you understand what we are voting on, or what you're voting on, or do you want to ask something about what you will vote on? This is a preliminary vote. This is not binding. This doesn't affect any decisions per se. And now before voting, if you have any instructions, guidelines you want to give to the board, please do it now. Yes, Chair will act as secretary here for a while. But yes, now if you have any questions or comments, please. Thank you. So when financial committee proposes this 150,000 euros maximum, previously it was 600,000. Does this mean that continue with our current scope of operations, does this refer to 600,000 euros or 550,000 euros? Yes, 550,000 euros, not 150. Yes, here maybe we should not look that much at the euros, but at actually what you want the student union to do. So this continuing with the current scope would mean that we will continue as before and try to get the missing 60,000 euros from savings. But if you want us to do more cuts, more savings, you can vote for red. And if, for example, you want to increase membership fee or do something else to get more money, to do even more things, for example, more events, so expand our scope, then vote for blue. And if you want to do as we have done so far, then vote for white. I think now would be better if we would have a more detailed, more specific scale in this vote. So if you vote for using more money, maybe we could mention here specifically raising the membership fees. Or in this red vote option, maybe people would want to both make cuts and use less money. Because, for example, not everyone wants to cut very much, but want to make some cuts. So then the red option would be kind of too harsh. Yes, well, these are just preliminary votes. These are not binding, so I think this is okay. So if everyone votes red, then we can have a more detailed discussion. And also you can voice your opinions after the vote as well. But now since we have three options here, 3 colors of voting slips. So let's go with this. Anything else? No? Then if you could vote now, please. Massive majority of white slips, some red and blue votes. So it would seem that the consensus is that the current scope of operations is good. Then, how do you feel about the membership fee increase as part of for financing our growing expenses? Blue, membership fee should be increased to broaden or enhance AYYE's activities. White, it's okay to raise membership fee slightly to avoid cuts in activities to cover for inflation. In a regular organization, this usually means that membership fees are increased in accordance with the inflation and increase in overall salaries. So that's the white option. So moderate increase membership fee to cover for inflation and salary increases. And the red option here means that membership fee should not be raised in any case, even if it would mean cutting down on our activities. I would hope that in this vote, we would first vote on whether it's okay to increase and then to vote on where to cut or where to increase. Because it's kind of difficult to decipher this. For example, for me, it would be okay to increase membership fees if these gained income would be put into our investments. So this could be a bit more detailed here. I would hope that we would go with this model. And if you think in this way, then I would suggest that you vote for blue, because that would mean that, yes, we increase membership fees. Because blue means increasing membership fees more than we have to cover for inflation, regardless of where this increased income is used on. Vote now, please. A bit more red slips and white slips, some blue slips. But there's mostly white slips here now as well, so that you've got to raise the membership moderately to cover for inflation and other increased costs. Thank you. Then for price increases, for example, events, services, facilities. Before you ask for a more detailed vote here, this is more a decision of principle. So blue here means to increase the prices for us to have more surplus, for example, to buy new furniture or have cooler and more activities that would cost a lot more than they do now. Then the white option here means that slight princes are okay to avoid cuts. And red option here is that increasing in prices should be avoided by all means, even if it would mean cutting back down on our service level. Questions? No, please vote now. A majority here, white slips. So it seems the Representative Council is in favor of a moderate option today. Thank you for this. We will consider these votes when preparing for the next meeting. But now there's also room for general comments that you want us to take into account when doing preparatory work in this issue. Thank you. I think increasing membership fee is okay if it would be direct to somewhere that helps us prepare for the future. Then about the increases in service fees, here I voted red because I think that we should first need to look at what the expenses are. Is there room for cuts? But of course, if you have to increase service fees because of inflation or the increased price of electricity, that would be okay. But I don't think we need to actually increase the service level from what it is. I believe that there could be some places where we can cut costs. For example, when it comes to software licenses, using more open software and yes, cut on costs in that area. The student union needs to make its economy more dense, more concise, in order to remain competitive and as a provider of the best student's life in the world, also for the next 100 years. Thank you. And when we talk about expenses in general in our student union, I would like to see in the budget that you could say that how big the loss can be in certain sectors. And if through events, for example, event organizers can get sponsors or other sources of funding, that's good for them and they can organize the events. But here in the Representative Council, I think it would be better if we would decide more on how much income we get from reliable sources. and where to use that money. And I think we can kind of left the other funding sources up to this, for example, to the event organizers. This would give more open hands and a clearer way to do budgeting at Robson Council.
Yhden lauseen kommentti. Hyvä lisäys toi viimeinen semmoisesta
Yes, that's a good comment. We have done away with budgeting money that, for example, sources of income that we just hope to get. So we really don't budget anymore that we may get this money into the budget. We just have these reliable sources of income in the budget. And then there's also room for positive surprises when we do get these kind of surprise sources of income. Ikavalko next. Thank you. Ikavalko from Kokoomus. I think it's very good that we will prepare for possibly doing away with the automatic membership. And maybe this is more of a question of whether we can really know, do you have any kind of an estimate of how many members would still pay the membership fee if it's no longer compulsory? I don't think we have any research on this. And factual information. These are just kind of a scenario analysis that we need to conduct. Well, our unique advantage here is that our apartments are tied to the membership. So that's a good advantage for us compared to many other student unions. Thank you. Mantula from Skisma. I'd like to bring up a perspective that I believe that you already are aware of, that when talking about these cuts made to students' income, and also the costs of, for example, the costs of living are increasing at the same time. So I think it would be good if we would direct of increasing AYYE income into, for example, increasing facility or event fees instead of this kind of so-called voluntary fees, instead of increasing membership fees, which are compulsory for everyone.
Tarkennuksena tuohon.
As a clarification, yes, as an answer for Blinnikka, we talk about, for example, text editing for basic presentations, document creation. So all tools are good or only slightly less good. When we talk about creative tools like Photoshop, it's harder to find licenses, but thus we could use kind of buying one seat to be usable for those individuals when they need it. This has been developed already. We'll talk about Blender, different kinds of video tools. So it could be some sort of a place to maybe observe this. About this vote. The option is that we may increase our service level. I would maybe think about currently the prices are quite low. It's something that we subvent using these lower cost. And then we maybe look at the market level and then allocate the funds in the level of association fund, not move it from there, but rather focus the support better for the parts and the associations and guilds which need. Some guilds and associations could pay, and then maybe could get, I don't know, with regarding capacity. Can we free capacity Smöki and Rantsu are quite 100% booked. So we can maybe utilize our spaces better. This could actually induce affect demand. Anything for this? Let's have the answer first. Commenting this before you can start commenting. So we have the ongoing facilities project. It has been proved quite a lot more complex than I naively thought. But the idea behind it is to find answers to all of these questions. And when I talk about seeking for answers, at some point it will come to the representative council so that you may take a stance on what direction should the world develop towards. Currently, we are subventing the single rentals quite largely from other incomes. And is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? It's hard to really ask from the board before we have a clear list of numbers and data on how this will actually go. And this is something that we have done for a year. Not in the situation where I could bring it forth to you yet, but around this theme, we will have a lot more discussion. So at this stage, I wouldn't maybe be proposing anything hugely radical for next year's budget. But the subject is very much something which we will need information in the future. Nico, Emil, do you have comments relating to the subject? No, then Yläpoikelus first. So yes, shortly for the single rentals, thinking of OK20 spaces where we don't have very good facilities in terms of their condition, as the need for these kind of facilities increases, even though if the service level doesn't improve for fancy couches, that to make these better for facilities, it can any small increase in prices could actually sponsor some renovations. When discussing that, we talk about the Aalto community very broadly, that we could include or tie in groups that could use these facilities and commit to these conditions. That's we could maybe start using this money for renovations. Thank you, Fielman. Thank you, Chairperson. This is a very good question, good subject. As I've already mentioned, that we could maybe have a separate price list for well-off associations compared to small associations. But we have lots of associations which might not have as much money, but they create lots of fun times for everyone with a small budget. So we need to have the option to have these facilities for associations with not as much money. At this stage, it would be the option to negotiate with the university to get these university facilities easily into use, or more easier at least. We could have a good synergy spot there. So also we have lots of tenants in our facilities who might enjoy, as mentioned, quite cheap rents. So the question could be that we could discuss these rental costs to those. So maybe we could have that open associations could enjoy our facilities, even ones who wouldn't be so open can maybe have some sort of leeway. Thank you. Nikko Keskifronti, and through this, the last request for the floor.
About the quality and condition of the spaces. As someone who's organized many events in the last couple of years with sponsors. Quite often we would have more than enough money to rent the AYYE spaces, but some of them are just not nice enough to have a company there. And instead we pay thousands of euros to rent a space somewhere else just because the condition is nicer, even when the size might be quite similar to some of the spaces we have. So it could actually be nice to maybe renovate them. And even if there was more to be charged from them, if they were nice enough to compete with other places in the city center, for example, perhaps you would still get quite a lot of bookings from bigger associations like guilds and subject clubs who have a lot of sponsors and a fair bit of money. Kiitos.
Enää muita puheenvuoropyyntöjä.
No other requests for the floor at this stage.
Sitten päätetään aiheesta.
So I will close discussions and move to decide.
Edustajista päätti merkitä
The Representative Council decided to place on record the action plan. No, we're actually there. No,
ei päästy ihan niin pitkälle
we
vielä.
aren't so far as I hoped. I thought this was a done dealio. I actually interpret that I present a question. Do we have anybody here who has to be somewhere before 9 p.m. would have to recuse themselves between the meeting because there's 25 of us. Yeah, if one of us leaves, then we lose quorum. Doesn't look like that, so let us continue.
Kertokaa etukäteen.
Yes, sir, please tell beforehand when you need to leave. We'll be efficient from here on out.
Tarkoitus yhdistää parhaat puolet vuosien
The aim is to combine the best of that. So the action plan looks a lot like its executive director, at least here it has. Last year I made it quite differently from my predecessor, and I got both pluses and minuses for that one. So the aim would be to combine things from previous models. And we could have a more clear-cut view on things re-strategy, for example. The links are not here yet, so please wait for the link for the paper itself that we will get in, well, next month, hopefully. Then what I want for my own projects, I mean my own projects, is the association activities, the projects which are clear cut so that they last for 1 year, have a clear person in charge of them. That's in addition to what you'll be doing. In addition to these large projects, I have added these so-called smaller things, which might not be in kind of a action plan sized, though these are things that the board will fully think on next week. Will it look so that will be increase something or decrease something? Next up, I will be presenting with project frameworks, especially with AYYE management and board, and I will have been prepared this based on those discussions. Of course, this ties in with the budget in a sense that when the budget states the euros needed for the projects, aka strategy funding. So the association projects, preparation of a new strategy, pretty clear cut. Our strategic period is ending, so there's a write-up that we should create a new strategy, potentially a large amount of work, especially if we are participating parties with or without or within the organization. Won't be very expensive. We've already received some competitive tendering from specialists that they will do a free consultation on how to do a good strategy. The person in charge of the project in the board is something that will be charged, but this is something that will create work for everyone, for it to be something that truly looks like us. Equality, these are kind of themes that have been raised from many directions. Based on this, the board and the steering group thought that yes, we can actually create a project based on these, but clearly on what that would be will require the board and me and the office a more clear cut on whether or not what should be done, because everybody knows that shared responsibility is nobody's responsibility. But updating these documents and offering these tools for associations for them to be involved in these themes and be better at these themes has been under review. Probably won't be that expensive as a project. Then updating our accolades, our instructions, and just the fact that what kind of accolades and tickets and flags and pins and what kind of things we'll be actually giving out. When we talk about the committees, especially we have lots of excitement to do this. And the idea would be that we would garner so-called individuals from outside the office. For example, one of our old volunteers who feel like this is something close to their heart. We can maybe get this show on the road for that part. The funding will largely depend on the fact that whether or not we want to order new badges or pins. Do we need to make 5 new templates, new pins, or not? AYY's corporate cooperation. As was stated, the corporate cooperation is quite small, done only to support our activities. The little resources we have, I think we have 0.4 years of work per year, is pretty much used for association activities, small sponsorings, etc. So we've discussed in the board that this is something that we should maybe think of having more of this. That is our will, the fact that the corporate cooperation is only this, or should we want for something more? If it what if it would be different? I've been asked like, could we get more resources to corporate cooperation? It's possible. I've always answered, as long as you have a good plan. Thus, I have not received a good plan as of yet, but maybe after this, we could have a good plan. And we could implement this good plan and maybe do kind of, the best would be that if we could do these several year cooperation plans with parties who are interested in AYY as a whole, not just a single guild member base. Many companies are mainly focused on specific experts. Requires clarification. AYY's alumni work. When I talk about AYY's alumni work, I mean AYY. I mean that when from the board or a staff member leaves and they will be actually remove themselves, they will still have their heart at AYY, so they'd have a logical place where we could actually have them. Currently, we don't have the thing like this, so our will for whether or not AYY would have alumni activities is quite unclear as of yet. And at the same time, are all kinds of alumni organizations in our sphere of influence, Aalto alumni being the biggest, but the guild alumni, old student unions, I think KY has a support organization. What our relation would be to these parties? The aim would be to define on what is the will for our alumni activities? Do we have one? If no, that's okay. That's a stance, not having a stance. And then make the changes necessary to reach that, which shouldn't be expensive either. And I have something that I have considered this important, so I've been pushing it. And these are small projects, important things, not full projects, but important things. I'll be more than happy to have comments for this. Maybe the final presentation will be different, but our sustainable development, our carbon neutrality, something that we should have done, but they have been under prioritized, less priority than maybe they should have deserved. Something that maybe we could do. With international cooperation, I'm talking about post-COVID, we actually have a lot of other country student unions that we want to visit. Do you want to visit? So with whom do we want to kind of play on the field, and what do we want from this cooperation? So maybe a more clear-cut defining of that would be nice, that we can answer the question, ask us some sort of policy-based answer. Tutor activity development, something that's already ongoing. Maybe it can be completed before next year starts. The problem mainly being that student numbers and the tutor numbers have increased too much compared to our resources. So kind of we're on the brink of our resources here. Something should be done. And we've done so. Ronja is smiling that now we can actually maybe, we'll see what we can actually get done this year. But it's something that will be done regardless. Maybe kind of an internal thing for the office that maybe our international board members or international staff, it won't be kind of an exception, but actually a regular occurrence that we are we ready for the fact that we have a translation services in place, we have enough documents in the correct languages, etc. So one that has somewhat been a kind of a test run for us. So we hope that we can do better for the next board member. So here some mentions for 2023 ongoing projects, the update for the web pages, it's been developed, but won't be ready. Wonderful if it would. Nea is like, not yet. I won't want to give up hope. Let's take this to the finish line, even if it would be next year. The facilities project, I already discussed this. It will be ongoing and continuing. Then the housing activities related projects with a typo in the Finnish document. I've done wonderful work there, I see. Yes, so we have adapted to this at the housing activities. We've aimed towards that. We have lots of smaller and larger projects for housing. And we know that if we start to do with the kind of intensity that we are using for association activities, that it'll be a huge document that we'll be here probably approving stuff until midnight if we would have such a broad discussion for that. Last year or this year we had 2 housing activity related projects that were actually a bit hard to define. We want to get the all clear. We have a listing here. We have a person in charge of them, and we have the funding for some might be cheaper, they might be more expensive, they might be investments, they might increase costs, but there will be even housing activities. But we have also a lot of development projects where we are aiming for the fact that we want to develop our processes. I'm going through this quite quickly. AYY's web pages project, the project for this year. And when we did this, we decided that we have quite a big problem to do the communications for our projects. And we will be developing not with an own brand, but good web pages for our applicants through which we'll get people through AYY's current web pages, because they are quite hard to get to the structure that all applicants would get all the information that they need. We can't develop with the current model. That's one project. Next year we'll have better starting points for the housing activities to do these kinds of projects, because we have our own communications officer for this. Then we have the process for contacting tenants. And I don't believe that we will have a lot of costs for this. Hopefully tenants will get better service when they will contact us. We could get all the problems for a single service provider. We've had a will to get information reservoir. This has been in many action plans, something that has been featured. This will have this next year up for resolution. So this is something I wish to bring. Getting a new partner for renovations and repairs. And we have, for example, moisture damage. We'll get the kind of services for our tenants that we wish to get them quickly under control and get them handled for our tenants. We'll do the competitive tendering, and then we'll get the service providers knowing that what we expect from them, for example, regarding communications with tenants. Then we have the projects regarding our maintenance book. Need guidance rather than funds. These are kind of 1-year projects. If we don't have something in the action plan, it's something that it will be out prioritized on our side as well. Next project, we are waiting for the investments to open. Then we have the Serminiemi first renovation project transfer, something that's very big. We hope that they will get something for the end of this year, but no time. Jämäräntaivul 1 and the changes to that. The exchange ship housing tenant quota agreement. Also strategy implementation for the sales portfolio targets, and also the competitive tendering for our auditing and bookkeeping. This concerning whole of AYY consortium. So there's been timetabled that because it's especially important for our housing activities. We have our bookkeepers and accountants. We want better service if we change our service provider. Then quickly on our ongoing project. Currently, it's something that will move to next year. We have an action plan project finalizations. We have our investment plan, which will be ready for next year. That will be ready Soon we have our investment needs for Smökki, the Rantasauna, OK20. We had a will to maybe get these for sale, and we could actually sell a few items, but in order for us to get enough funding for this, but now that we can actually get the sales portfolio under control, we'll get the investment plan so that we can implement something, not as much as we've maybe hoped, but definitely we'll get something. Let's hopefully get some investment programs for you on your tables very soon. Crisis management and media guidance for housing activities is something that's in the works. We have different kinds of crises in the housing world if something happens, and we have noticed that it's good to actually have its own kind of instructions for that. We'll take some advice from the municipal side. And we have SharePoint and Teams groups that they can better serve our parties and actually help serve these. Kind of a daily problem for us, concerns all of AYYE. For us, it's something that we need to complete. It's also important for us to get a tool for mass communication for our housing tenants. It was actually sad to notice that these sauna things that we started to renew via email, we actually realized that not all information has gone all the way through. So we've maybe lots of stuff might have even been lost. So we need these tools, be they open source or systematic. We'll do a lot of communications, and it's not fun to see that some of it has been lost. We'll also do recruiting next year when the ARA funding investment applications open. We have lots of so big projects that require large investments that with the current resources, we can't bring them to fruition, but we'll be waiting for the investment applications for the grants. So thank you, Monica. We may have questions. So from my part, I would hope that if a project looks really good, it's good if it, or B, if something is missing, please tell us that what is missing. With the board, we will include them.
Yes, and the same goes for my projects as well. Those that are under my responsibility. Pilman, go ahead. Jaakko, do you have the mic? Thank you. Can I have my entire speech or one point at a time? Just one at a time first. But if there are other requests of floor, you may continue after the first one. Okay. Start with this forum. The format is still seems to be much too superficial, the planning, compared to action plans a couple of years ago that had a lot more content, a lot more background. So deciding on this at this level, I think, is a bit difficult. And this point, presenting them on a single slide, I think it's not extensive enough to have more information on this. That's my first point. Yes, go ahead. Secondly, yes, that what seems unnecessary to us maybe this updating of the commendations seems a bit unnecessary, but this is just my gut feeling. If you feel that it's important, we can keep it there. I think what's missing here is things that concretely would develop our operations. And for equality and equity, let's just see that talks about code of conduct, but I think this non-discrimination would need to be mentioned here as well. For harassment and the harassment. And providing tools for associations. I think it would be good if there was a mention of, for example, equality guidelines, how to take equality into account in different communications channels. So that what would be kind of acceptable communications, or what kind of punishments, sanctions we could impose for improper communication. Then for housing, there's a website for our housing operations that they are now under development or being planned. Everything related to websites. Hope that you could keep the possibility for our volunteers to also bring their expertise to the table. And if you decide on a commercial operator, I would hope that we would not select the same operator as HOAS has does, because there's been incredible problems when it comes to just the basics. So please don't select the same IT service provider as HOAS has. The service level has decreased significantly because of this. May I continue? Now let's give the floor to Ylä-Poikelus and then Gregov. Thank you for the comments so far. We will consider them. Yes, Ylä-Poikelus from Kylterengas. About participatory activity. Does someone think that our current strategy is outdated or bad? Raise your hand if you think so. If you think it's outdated or bad. Not that many public statements, at least. 18 months for our previous strategy terms was kind of wasted on the COVID pandemic, but we had some good goals there as well. I would suggest that the board and office would look into that if there is no kind of a clear room for improvement, that if we could extend the strategy period and thus kind of save the resources that we've had to use on this meta project, because most likely operations would stay the same, and then we could focus on the existing projects, ongoing projects. Yes. If everyone who thinks that this is a good suggestion, please raise the blue note. If you think it would be good to do this exceptionally extend the strategy term. Interesting. We will look into it. Thank you, Holmström Vuoga. So I got projects that require more resources from AYYE. for example, the updating of the commendations, if it will be done by the commendation committee. And also previously responsible for the student center. I'm always interested in the project, especially the fundraising, especially since the fundraising has been in the action plan for several years. So are you planning to continue this fundraising for the student center project? Yes, Luama entered the meeting. Yes. We haven't forgotten this. We're still doing this, but I just didn't mention it here quite consciously. The project is progressing as it does. There was a bit of a problem here. The complaints made about the zoning plan, and we have to wait for them to be processed. We have looked into the fundraising. Fanny and others in the board have worked on it with KY and TF. So we haven't forgotten about it. And won't forget about it, as long as we are actively working on the student center project. Thank you, and Filma. Thank you. I forgot to mention this IT services and release development. I would achieve to look into these IT ticket systems, their adoption. They're very flexible and transparent. And this way we wouldn't necessarily have to create an entirely new system, but could just adopt this existing system that is proven to work very well. And we talked about the strategy before. The issue here was that we want to make sure that the project doesn't won't be forgotten. So it usually stay in the action plan. So if the office considers that the strategy is already up to date and we don't need to progress it further, then we can extend the term, but it's still good that the strategy is part of the action plan, the review of the strategy that is. I have 2 questions. Yes, first have the answers to these comments. I'll answer Emil. This maintenance log system that we adopted 18 months ago. It is not used for housing contacts, but for that we will have this kind of a ticketing system. We are actually looking into that kind of a system. This is more kind of a process or implementation side projects than trying to find new partners. But if any good tips related to kind of a good or bad practices from HOAS, for example, please contact me after the meeting via email, for example. Yes, 2 questions. So this conversion of shared flats, shared studio apartments. Now, since there will be a kind of a change to the housing allowance, and I think the plan is to transform the shared flats, shared studios into studios. This will probably cause a lot of cost increases for our tenants. So of course, when we build new apartments, people want the studios, but the shared studios have positive sides in addition to the negative sides. So if we change this entire building's shared studio apartments into non-shared studio apartments, then I hope that firstly, we won't make the tenants pay for this unnecessary space, so to speak, as has happened. That people will have to pay for this kind of shared corridors. So I would hope that it will not cause significant increases in expenses to the tenants, and look more into detail that is there actually a need to transform these shared studios into studios. And also, what number of apartments does this concern? And why do we need to say that we are allocating a certain share of apartments for exchange students instead of putting them into the general application open for everyone? Why are we doing this kind of a quota contract for exchange students? Let's answer the exchange student question first. Previously, we had this quota, but we haven't yet made the proposal. We are now looking into, for example, setting a quota that would be as big as the share that we have now for exchange students. And for example, in the summer, we may reserve an apartment for exchange student, but they can't make it to Finland. Then what do we do? And we want the university to cover for the costs for these empty apartments and not the student union. This is a typical situation that many student unions do. And we have done away with this practice for some reason. And we want to make sure that our tenants don't have to pay for these apartments that sit empty. But it's a good question that how big the quota would be. And when can we give the proposal to the university about it? Because they have shown the green light that they are looking for some kind of an offer. But we had to look into it in more detail. But I believe we will have a lot of discussions on this as well. We have looked into it for the previous 12 or 18 months, but if we don't transform it into a project, it will not progress. No other questions, it would seem. Yes, one more, then I will close discussion. Yes, can you comment on my first question about the shared flats, shared studios? Yes, this is a question of supply and demand, and also related to international students. We want our apartments to have a certain level of comfort. That there's a big turnover in our tenants. And of course, if we have the shared studios, we want people to stay there for quite a long time. And we have noticed that, for example, the shared kitchen will always lead to some kind of challenges. And that's why we have made these plans and estimates. I want to see how much it would cost. This project, but of course the world of these subsidies has changed since then. So if it would be too expensive for our tenants, we will not go through with the project. But we have to turn this into a project as well in order for it to progress, and we want to do something from Jämmerän Taival 1. Yes, last question. One alternative to this could be to kind of, for example, divide these current shared apartments into two, so kind of put them in half. make another kitchen there. Maybe that could be an option as well to make the shared apartments smaller. Yes, closing discussion, and if the presenters have nothing to add, I think we can move on. Yes, the delegation decided to take note of the discussion on the budget and action plan for 2024. This has been decided. Closing item 8. Moving to item 9, but now, yes, this is the acceptance of the first part of the policy paper. So if there are proposals for change to this, you can use the Google Forms to submit your proposals. So if you have a proposal for change, please submit it through the forums. During this presentation, after that, we will have a 15-minute break, after which we will make the decision. Point of order. Thank you. Problems with the technology. So yes, we will use the form that is in your emails, the link of which is in your email. So yes, item 9, acceptance of the first part of the policy paper. Let's see if we're going to get the slides on the screen. Okay.
Nytten hyvillä ja virkeillä energioilla vedetään nämä linjapaperisetit eteen, niin sitten päästään jatkamaan illanviettoa. Toimiikohan tämä toinen?
Okay, let's see if it works.
Tosiaan tänään meillä on 2
Yes.
Ensimmäinen osio on tämä yhteiskunnan...
We'll go through the first and second part of the policy paper. So first we have this society part, and then the preliminary debate on the AYYE community. So let's start with this society part. First, I will go through a bit of this, talk about the actual process. Then board members and experts will tell about the changes that we have made. And we'll talk about the follow-up measures, so what we will do next. So yes, kind of instructions for this process. Today, the goal here is to approve of the first section and have a preliminary debate on the second part. Can be a bit confusing since this is the same document. So the approval of the society part. So this first part was already discussed by you. And you also have been sent the proposal, the template made by the board. And it can still be approved here even if you submit proposals for change during this meeting. And please use the forms link for that I just sent you. So all proposals in writing, please. And then about the referral discussion on the preliminary debate, we will not accept this, approve of this section yet. We will just discuss it to see what changes need to be made to this part. Then about the process, the first part, you already had a discussion about it a month ago. And it was also discussed in the advocacy committee. So after the previous RepCo discussion, the office and the board have worked on it, made some changes based on your comments. And yes, just to reiterate, today the goal is to approve of the first third of the policy paper. You have been sent this template for the policy paper, and it has been color-coded to help you better understand what changes have been made. So if the green highlight means that it's an addition, red highlight means that it's a deletion, and yellow means that it's a change in the phrasing. This is usually more kind of stylistic changes than changes made to the actual content. And bolding means that it has been changed to a different place, the part of text. So today, what the society section contains, you can see it here. This is more kind of related to the broader public discussion of the society, not that much on education policy or the Aalto community. And then the later discussion, just at a glance, once we have gone through this item, we will go through the next item where we talk about the Aalto community. And here are the headlines for that section. And yes, just remember, we will just talk about it today. We will not approve it yet. And next time, we will discuss the third part of the policy paper. Here you can see the headlines for that part as well. So now, and if you could come here to present this. Yes. I'll comment on the proposals made during the previous meeting and also in the advocacy committee meeting. So let's cut to the chase. So for the introduction, the board approved of this addition as is. The board rejected these proposals when it comes to the section about subsistence and the student grant. So the board did not want to remove these parts. the social security issues. There was also a proposal for an amendment to this sentence to take account of economic realities. We saw this as unnecessary because we do it anyway. Then about housing benefits. But this discussion about creating a 1-year reflection period for multi-person household. So then during the first year of cohabitation, the income of the member's household won't affect each other's housing allowance. But the board wanted to stick with the original proposal. There's a proposal about the ARA system regarding the queuing system. I'm going to give this needs to be added. There were no changes to this. Student healthcare and the FSHS. There's a proposal to do away with the age limit for free contraception. We agreed, we just modified it a bit, saying that free contraception must be offered to all people living in Finland. And a small stylistic change about the specialist healthcare services. There was a comment about mental health issues that they were kind of scattered in different places. That was a good comment, so we tried to put them more under the same heading. I also added this comment here. A lot of things here regarding FSHS. This is an addition that the fee should be optional for the student during their period of exchange, and that the FSHS fee should be invoiced from the students. Also a comment for kind of easily accessible and third sector therapy, that this should be developed. This will be added to the well-being chapter. And what we rejected, there's a hope to have a more clarification of what this treatment guarantee means, but we don't want to add this here because the description is quite long. So this treatment guarantee means that the evaluation of treatment would need to happen during the same day, and that you should get a time to a healthcare professional in 2 weeks, and if it's a doctor, then in 7 days. I don't think it needs to be stated that much in detail in here in this document. There's also a request for a deletion regarding international students. We didn't want to delete this. Then for the same section, the comment that FSHS would need to undergo major restructuring to better serve students. The FSHS has done major restructuring recently, so we didn't want to add this here. Then about the effect of a current employment relationship, that it would allow the fee to be optional, but we didn't want to add this either. Then well-being. Here we have changed the order somewhat so that they would be better in a better order thematically. Then we added this comment about the importance of peer support and community for well-being. There was also request for more training for university staff when it comes to student welfare and support. We added this under the education policy section. And there was a good comment on the services of educational psychologists that they are required by law. Here we also changed the order here a bit. And removed an overlap in entry here because it's the same as the one we added now. More about well-being. This third sector and low threshold therapies are to be developed as preventive measures. This was already mentioned in the previous slide. The board rejected this addition, this embedding the importance of sport in the university community and freshers education. This is discussed elsewhere, and I think this is a bit too specific to talk about freshers education to be added to the policy paper. About sustainable development, people said that it'd be better to remove this as appropriate here, and yes, we accepted this as well. And some things that we rejected: cooperation with the city of Espoo on student housing, to save Otani's natural environment and provide student housing elsewhere. This is a bit too complex. It kind of would be related to many different sections. Also comment about military service, that the current military service system is not flexible. Maybe we should move to an all-encompassing civic duty model. First think that could this go under sustainable development, but no. And the board also think that maybe we don't need to make a stand on an issue like this. But for example, in the previous discussion we had yesterday with the advocacy committee, people voiced that it would be good if we would discuss this issue with the representing council. So we will talk about this a bit more the next discussion when we discuss equality. So maybe we won't add it to the first section, but if you want to add it, a better place would be in the second part. Then when it comes to the single metropolitan area section, the board rejected this addition of consulting students, that it's important in the development of urban environment. This is already in the policy paper, just worded a bit differently. That's why we rejected it. And there's also a proposal for change for this sentence, that the development of an area should be based on sustainable development and equality. So we decided to change the whole paragraph. So we didn't adopt this as such, but it inspired us to make this kind of change to the paragraph. Next we have art policy and Totti.
So yes, well, on art policy we didn't have a lot of things that were changed or removed. We had some intro. We added the introduction only was accepted. Then all the policy about private funding of arts should be promoted and its continuity ensured was accepted. And also stated that will be moved to education policy parts working life section. The art field's working life policies, we all seen that it fit better there. So the policies appreciation is reflected. On terms and conditions, employment as wages. It must be possible to find employment in the field, including freelance work. Publicly funded organizations must provide employment to avoid necessarily entrepreneurship. And that if exceptional employment relations in the arts and culture must be taken into account in social security.
Yes, kiitos.
Yes, thank you.
Seuraavaksi tosiaan tässä nyt on esitelty
Then we also made this proposal for the change for content, what's being presented by the board. That's the first part of the policy paper. As I stated already, that I sent 2 forms links to the Repco channel, first of which being for proposals for change. For the first one, if you have any proposals, please write them down so we can get the word forms correct. Then the aim is to approve the approved, voted, changed policy. So you have time to send your proposals still. I think we should have a 15-minute break at this point, during which the board will quickly go through the possible comments on regarding what we'll approve and accept and adopt. Do we have any additions to this from the chairs or the executive director? Is this clear to the Repco on how we proceed? At this stage, we could open the discussions on the first draft of the policy paper, possible proposals for change in the forms. Fielman. A few quick comments. This housing set sounds that it's almost this joint responsibility. At this stage, I propose that I feel that we could still advocate the fact that we would have the separate housing allowances. This would be equality. Then we also have the conscription military service. Equality can be okay, but it is still a societal issue. I would like to vote on the subject. Should it be here or should it be under advocacy and equality? What's the second that? I will please give it to me or tell me. We have the mental health portion. We talk about the special needs of international students. I feel talk about special need enforcing is not something that is not equal. If you have mental health services, they need to be equally for everyone rather than just trying to handle things for foreigners only. So strike that part and take care of special needs is in short for my commentary. Thank you. Other requests for the floor? Yes, here on the social policy expert Fajokari, I would like to clarify that there's no errors, as we have the write-up for the special needs for international students on mental health. The point is not to differentiate or prioritize exchange students or foreign students for the accessibility of the services, but that their special needs are taken care of, because international students might come from different starting points or cultures, or for example, comparing to people from Finland to people might be coming from war zones. So areas where natural phenomenon might be prevalent. So this is what we mean with special needs, that they should be taken into account when offering mental health services. Yläpoikeus. I'll be doing maybe 2 or 4 proposals for change. I've sent that we can vote better that what we were already agreed with the board in the last meeting, that we could have the student meal support. It's not here, so I made 3. We maybe vote them as one or separate, depending on what the board wishes to do. Maybe you have secondings for some, but not others. That the word forms for these. I need to improve the meal support. The meal support needs to be expanded to 2 meals a day, and 3 being that the meal support should include takeaway food. This was for the first part. On additions, on housing support, also stated, I think I'll keep it brief, but I applaud your ambition to have a solution for this problem, which is this 1-year retention period. I don't see it as prudent that like maybe we could get differentiation on the word forms. It seems to replace the word form with a more word form. If no other request for the floor will be placed, moving to break. We'll be back at 8:05. Let's sit down and get ready to continue.
Ääntenlaskijat pyytäisin tässä vaiheessa.
So the vote counters, please come forth.
Omat äänestyslippunsa.
Take your own voting slips with you so you can get your own voices heard as well. Kavas. So there's a second vote counter. Ollikainen, I think. Yes.
Yes, jatketaan käsittelyä. Käsittelymenettely
Continuing
mukaan äänestetään
according to our
muutosehdotus-
procedures, we will vote the proposals for change in the order they have arrived in.
ei saatu mukaan.
Regrettably, we couldn't get the seconder for the forms, so we'll ask for the seconding, and the board might adopt the proposals. If the board doesn't adopt it, then we will vote it against the template. Everybody's clear?
Yes. Siinä vaiheessa voitaisiin ottaa ensimmäinen muutosesitys
So
käsittelyyn, eli
for the first proposal for change, voting on, as I understand, voting all three as separate. First up, regarding livelihood, at the meal support level should be increased as the cost level increases, so to ensure that the meals are of high quality. Who wants to adopt this? Or second this, actually. Okay, we have a seconding. Does the board wish to adopt this? The proposal for change is passed. If the board adopts this, then we will not need to vote. If somebody can, of course, request for a vote, but it's not needed. I don't need to see anybody wanting to vote. First is passed.
Toinen osa, opiskelijan ateriatuki tulee laajentaa kattamaan 2 ateriaa päivässä. Onko tälle
The second being that the meal supports need to be covered 2 meals a day. We have secondings.
Näitä kolmea joo.
Haluaako hallitus ottaa tämän?
Does the board wish to adopt this?
Hallitus, siellä ei taida olla hallituksella mikrofonia, voin toimia
Yes, the board does not have a microphone.
tulkeille äänitoiveron hallitus
As
ilmoittaa
the-
nämä
The board stated that they will adopt all of these three,
siten hyväksytyiksi.
so they will be approved thus.
Kannattaa riittää, se on vaan
One seconding is enough.
Kiitos. Ei tule äänestyspyyntöjä.
No requests for voting for these.
Muutosehdotusta on siis hyväksytty. Siirrytään seuraavaan.
Moving on to the next one.
Yes. Muutosesitys poistaa
Proposal for change, striking will create a 1-year retention period for several people living in the same flat. When moving in together, for the first year, the incomes of flatmates will not affect the general housing support level. In addition, the problems must be fixed. Again, is this seconded? We have a competing proposal for change. Will we go this one by one, or if we have a competing proposals, we'll have them against one another? Technical twiddling about, but will the board adopt either of these, because it would make it the new template? The board is prepared to accept Yläpoikalus's proposal. Thus it shall be. I also interpret that Sirena Filman, this other proposal will counter. So we will vote your proposal against the new template. And once we get Siren's proposal, we have somebody who has already prepared to second it. You can only second one competing for the same subject. That's what it is. Does the board have some sort of request? So we hope that use the microphone so that the interpreters will be able to hear you speak as well. I didn't recognize that they were not using a microphone. For to you, we will actually just doing some technicalities. Two competing proposals, one adopted by the board, and then will be a vote where we have the board's new template versus the proposing Sireni Cavalco proposal. Thank you for that information. Yes, here we have we add the Kylderengas proposal as the template. So, template blue, change red, Siren. White is empty. Yes, proposal for change Aallon kokoomus. Red. White being empty in this vote. We'll state it to the interpreters once we have the word form down. Yes, there we have. So currently the board has adopted as its template the Kylderengas proposal for change, being that striking, creating a 1-year retention period for several person households, and strike that word form and add the general housing allowance problems caused by the generalization of households need to be rectified. The other proposal being that strike the 1-year retention period and add that when moving in together for the first year, blah, blah, blah. And the addition being that household income shouldn't affect the social security of their flatmates, white being empty. At this stage, I would ask if you have any questions, do so. If not, let's vote. You have the templates versus red versus empty. Thank you. Vote counters. We count the votes. We have 9 red, 16 blue, 0 white. Template wins. Somebody speaking without a microphone. 25 we should have. Somebody's once again speaking without a microphone. So 25, we had one person who recused themselves. I see 26 people here. Did somebody not raise a voting slip? We can interpret that the next one was a test vote and the blue will prevail, but please be careful. Your hands start from the shoulder, not your elbow.
Totta, joku on poistunut ilmoittaa.
25, somebody has removed themselves from the room without stating so. 25 members of the Repco present. So maybe we'll get some sort of a clarification for this one. I would like to have a new roll call, so don't go to 50-50, so I don't have to think about this.
Joo, 26. Yes, mutta
26 now.
vaikuta lopputulokseen
This does not affect the outcome
äskeisen äänestyksen osalta.
for the previous vote.
Siinä vaiheessa siirrytään seuraavaan muutosesitykseen.
Moving to the next proposal for change. Can't for the life of me see what it is.
Oliko tämä Filmanin aloituksesta?
Was this Fielman's?
Ne ja Pääkkönen oli listattu, eli
Ollikainen and Pääkkönen listed, so somebody will second. We have a seconding.
Muutosesitys lisätään yhteiskuntaosion alle oma kohta. Muut asiat,
So,
sukupuoleen perustuvasta maanpuolustusvelvollisuudesta on siirryttävä
student health well-being from agenda-based conscription, we need to move to an equal model. So this as a separate entity, this does not focus on any other part. I'm looking at, want to hear from the board, but we need to have a separate part for this as well. As a grounding for this, that we feel that this would better suit society, because person who reads the policy paper that says things on what does AYY think of society would see it here. It could also I'd also like to make the stance that conscription consists all talk about not about the requirement of to defend the country. We should be maybe talking about conscription, not gender neutral, but the need to defend our country consists or concerns everyone in Finland. I don't know if you want to maybe change the word form of the Finnish one. So talk about national defense, we talk about conscription rather than, because everybody's concerned with national defense. Polygon Chem 1 grounding based on previous word form. There will be a chapter on equality. It will be under Aalto.
No niin, jes, kiitos. Itsellänihän ei ole mitään valtaa täällä esittää
I
mitään,
don't have
asiantuntijapuheenvuoron.
power to propose anything, but I will give an expert speech. I propose to the board that
Kestävän kehityksen
this could
tavoitteissa
maybe be
liikkuu tässä
put under
kehityspolitiikassa.
sustainable development.
Tämä menee selkeästi sosiaalisen kestävän kehityksen puolelle.
We'll go through the Agenda 2030 for the UN. Have a write-up concerning gender equality, quite a good place to discuss this. If it's okay to you, we may have a preliminary vote regarding where this should be. Which would it be under?
Ei ota koeäänestystä tästä näin, joka äänestää
Let's not have a
kohdasta, joka
preliminary vote.
siinä, että otetaanko
We'll vote on everything in its entirety.
muuten mahdollisesti ottamaan tämän toiseen osaan linjapaperista.
So at this stage, maybe if this is rejected, we will have a proposal for change regarding sustainable development with the same word form. Yes, we may vote on this.
Tällä hetkellä siis äänestetään siitä,
So we are voting
lisätään muut asiat
that we will add this under other matter
asevelvollisuudesta,
on
joka on
conscription that needs to be moved to a more equal model. Blue being,
ei lisätä, punainen on muutos, eli lisätään
so red being changed, blue being template, white is empty.
laput ylös nyt.
Packets up now.
Punaista, 5 sinistä ja 6 valkoista.
3 white and
Muutos
7 missed. So the proposal for change passes. 15 red was a proposal. Do we have other proposals?
Sitten siirrytään seuraavaan muutosehdotukseen.
Moving to the next one.
Aallon kokoomuksen muutosehdotus. Kohta 3.
So for the Aalto Kokoomus, Aalto Coalition on student psychologist services, striking, hard to read because the interpreters do not see the screen because it has not moved yet. Yes, seconded. There we go. In addition, the continuity of student psychology services must be placed more weight. And the screen changed again, regrettably for the interpreter. Now we'll move on to the voting. Jaakko Sirén. In the legal mandated, I need to, with any price, with current resources, it's seen that I see the same problem with studied psychologists. Many campuses have this problem. This is something that we could actually rather focus on resources rather than they'll be mandated very, very expensive services. So blue being template. The red is the proposal for change. And white being empty.
Yes, let's count them.
Pidetään laput ylhäällä.
Yes, all placards up now, and let's count them again. This proposal for change was not approved. Rather, the template prevails. So 9 empty votes. Moving on to the next one. Aalto kokoomus proposal addition. The EU-wide taxation scheme should be expanded. It's kind of an environmental protection tax. Now it states that multinational corporations, companies, and states have the biggest responsibility to act in a sustainable manner. And there should be a particular fees for destroying the nature. So I would like to add this point that we should be involved in developing the EU environmental protection tax scheme. Thank you. Does this receive support? This doesn't say any about significant cost, significant compensation, just says compensation. So which one is the board's template? I think this was probably with the, was it a red or green highlight? The part that you mentioned.
Se tosiaan on tämä luonnonvarojen käyttämisestä ja
Yes, the right version is that there should be a compensation for using natural resources and for pollution. So what's the proposal here? Yes, compensation must be paid for the use and pollution of natural resources. Yes, I'll withdraw my proposal and have a new proposal that this EU-wide environmental protection tax scheme should be expanded. So yes, originally it has major operators such as states, transnational organizations, and companies have the biggest responsibility to act responsibly. Compensation must be paid for the use and pollution of natural resources. And after this, an addition, the EU-wide environmental protection taxation scheme should be developed. So this sentence is the addition. Blue is without the addition and red is with this addition. But yeah, so first I will ask if the board wants to adopt this as is. The board does not adopt this as is because we didn't have really time to talk about this well enough. Yeah, so let's have the vote. Blue is the original no addition and red is for the addition. For the sentence, the EU-wide environmental protection tax scheme should be developed. And white is empty once again. Raise a vote now, please. Yes, the red prevails. And this percentage, when it comes to the state budget, they're very challenging because they are kind of binding and really make it difficult to do the budget and do that kind of allocation, a bit of a too binding. We have good points here of how to increase them to kind of increase the budget for arts in other sections. So we don't think that this addition is necessary. The board doesn't want to adopt this, so we will vote. So the vote is about, yes, the blue, the original, so no removal, and the red means to remove this bullet point share of arts and culture in the total expenditure of the state budget must be increased to at least 1%. And white is empty. If everything is clear, then vote now. Yes, you can lower them. Aha, no! A bit of a miscommunication in the Finnish. Not lower, but rather count the votes. Yes, and the problem with the calculation. Yes, the original prevails. Yes, we have now gone through all the points. Let's move on to the decision. Thank you to the vote counters. The Representative Council decided to accept the first part of the policy paper. It has been decided. Closing item 9, moving to item 10. I wonder how long this will take.
Mikäli kenelläkään ei ole kiire poistua salista, myöskään kello 9 jälkeen.
If no one's in a hurry to leave before 9. Oh, okay, point of order. Rather have these decision points before the preliminary debate.
Syystä voisin muuttaa käsittelyjärjestystä sen verran, että käydään kohta 11 ennen kohtaa 10. Onko kellään tätä vastaan?
We will change the agenda so that we will handle item 11 before item 10. Yes, if no one opposes, then we will move on to item 11, approval of decisions for meeting 5, 2023. The Representative Council met on the 28th of September for the meeting 5, 2023. In the roll call, it was stated that the 25 members of the representatives required by the rules were not present, and therefore the meeting had no quorum. At the meeting, it was agreed that we will have the meeting and that the minutes will act as the list of decisions, and these will be confirmed by the next Representative Council meeting. If no one opposes to this, but yes, we'll open discussion. I will ask that you would go through the items. Yeah, because it's essential to go through the actual decisions here. Yes, what's important are the decisions. So if there's something in the other text in the minutes besides the decisions, it's not essential here. What essential is the actual approval of the decisions. Yes, maybe if you could just read through the headlines and what has been decided. You don't have to go through everything in the minutes, but rather, yes, the decisions. Yes, so I think we can start with item 7, latest news from the office. Yes, somehow I have managed to overwrite the Finnish file with the Swedish file, so I had to check it. But yes, item 7, the Representative Council decided to record the latest news from the office. Item 8, appointment of a delegation to represent AYYE at the General Assembly of the National Union of University Students in Finland. The Representative Council decided to appoint AYYE's representatives to the General Assembly of the National Union of University Students in Finland. Item 9, preliminary debate on briefing the General Assembly delegation of the National Union of University Students in Finland. The motion, the Representative Council decided to record the preliminary debate on the briefing of the SYL General Assembly delegation. Item 10, preliminary debate on the first part of the policy paper, and the motion the Representative Council decided to record the preliminary debate on the first part of the policy paper. Item 11, response to the resolution of Greener Aalto. The Representative Council decided to record the response of the board to the resolution of Greener Aalto. Item 12, addition to Representative Council meeting 4, 2023, a decision on the progress of the sale process of residential properties, and the motion. The RepCo decided to add the following to the decision on item 8 at its meeting 4, 2023. The material presented in a discussion is confidential. That should not be published in connection with the minutes until the real estate transaction has been completed or the RepCo decides to dissolve the sale of the properties or 5 years have passed since the meeting. Item 13, addition to RepCo meeting for 2023 decision on the purchase offer for Otaverkko shares. Motion. The Representative Council decided to add the following to the decision on item 9 and its meeting for 2023. The material and appendices presented in the discussion are confidential material that should not be published in connection with the minutes until 5 years have passed since the transaction. Item 14, any other business? No other business. Item 15, closing of the meeting. If there are no other requests for the floor, we will move to the decision. Yes, closing discussion. The motion here is the Representative Council decided to confirm the decisions of the meeting 5, 2023 in accordance with the protocol acting as a list of decisions. This has been decided. Closing item 11, moving to item 10, preliminary debate on the second part of the policy paper. Ne. And yes, the last part for the policy paper. So for the preliminary debate concerning the Aalto community section of the policy paper. So in short, yes, about the process and the structure of the Aalto community, then the board members will go through the sections, then AYYE's comments, Veera will talk about what the advocacy committee talked about yesterday and then what happens next. Then first about the process. We have worked on this at the office in a very cross-sectoral manner. People from the experts from the advocacy and housing sides. Yesterday, we had a good meeting with the advocacy committee. Received a lot of good comments and proposals for change. You can find the comments in the Excel, or that's what it says here, but instead they are here now in the slides. It's easier to see here. And yes, we will now have the discussion about the Aalto community. And the advocacy committee's comments and the proposals submitted through forums. Based on that, the board will modify its template. And then at the next meeting, this will hopefully be approved. So the same process as for the first part. So here you can see the headlines. So related to the Aalto community. And then just a quick glance of what we will discuss next time. So next time we will have a preliminary debate on the educational policy. And yes, so the floor is now yours, Tina and Ene.
Hello. So I will be brief, so we can discuss the points themselves. I will state here that I will be presenting these first three parts. What I've been doing with Tiina and Fanny and Antti have been helping with the development. So student living, we have combined from the old policy paper these two sections, campus supporting students and accommodation. Overlaps have been reduced and sentences simplified. Made quite small changes to the actual contents. For example, this addition of temporary and transitional housing solutions. Then on public transport, I have now combined old sections, campus promoting sustainable traffic and transport. We had some old policies which are kind of signs of the times. We have several additions on accessibility and also the fares and other nice small tidbits. Then on campus, so this is something that's been reworked a lot. Previous campus issues were actually under several things. We had to re-clarify and focus things pretty much. Lots of changes, so I can't really highlight a few, but there's this underlying current of the entire policy paper, societal themes. Somebody want to continue? I may comment this orientation, alumni activities and volunteer activities have been made with the community in mind and what I've discussed with the community. We've used a lot of stands and word forms on actually helping guide people in their actions. We've tried to remove the rigid word forms and move on to more an advocacy based. And we have equity and actually equality. Manda will be presenting this item. English.
The main change that happened was that before it was used to be called equality, now we renamed it to equity. And in a large sense, the original base has remained. However, we clarified some of the older parts, and then we also identified that in this policy paper that AYYE is an intersectionally feminist and also anti-racist organization. We also removed some of the outdated parts, and here we also, what was discussed previously, that from this part we did remove the military service, but this can be discussed if needed. And when it comes to the internationality, it was also renamed from the international movement to the internationality. Again, a lot of the parts that were in the previous policy paper, they have been remaining. However, we also made some additions in regards to the equity themes that concerns the international students.
Thank you, Mante. Then I'll invite Veera Ollikainen. We had the advocacy committee meeting. Yesterday we had Kem Luova and Campi Aalto and Kokoomus presented. I will go through the comments based on our discussion. The addition, based on our discussion, the committee didn't disagree with what was in the template. We had some additions to that. You have an addition amendment commenting on the minimum size of students' flats. Then on public transport and movement, we had maybe mentioned some city bikes, e.g. a campus bike program. And then on the Raide Jokeri, the new speedy light rail line, we have write-ups on the metro. maybe that expand to touch the light rail. Also some safety issues on campus. And then we were pondering on mentioning safety in general during night. Also regarding winter maintenance and also sidewalks and nighttime security. Also recognizing the research and startup ecosystem at Aalto. Specific mentions, a bit quick. Specific mentions regarding swimming places. Let's develop the Otaniemi shore areas. And also I think that we didn't really have a stance on, but we thought that in the policy paper it would be good to mention would be that the discussion about noise problems at the Otaniemi campus. That recognition that this is a thing that the campus enables lively student life and culture without compromising the residential peace. We recognize that we have actually we have student life and might be happening late, but it shouldn't affect people, the lives of people living at the campus. On orientation and tutoring. Also mentioned the students arriving after the orientation week. It would be nice that we would have an orientation secured for them as well. We also discussed that whether or not the doctoral students and something that we should mention. Also equity was also discussed, maybe not more so. Maybe we also discussed regarding this that completing the military service should not make completing studies unreasonably difficult. Maybe this could maybe fit. So on alumni activities and volunteer associations, that subject organizations would have stronger support for problematic situations. And on internationality, integration to working life being something that would be mentioned, but it's actually something that we actually found out that it will be under educational policy. Thank you. And something concerning construction, we'll handle that later then. For the preliminary discussion, when you look at these items that have been given, AYYE has given these. Also thinking of maybe you have a theme, some specific write-up that AYYE should take a stance that's currently not being done, or do you feel different about a certain stance? So now is the time to tell that and have a discussion, but I want to reiterate that if you want changes to the policy paper, put them through forms. We had another forms that we sent the first part. Everything that you want in the policy paper should be in writing, that we can have everything in a centralized format. I think this forms is open until the end of the week. And this deadline is absolute in the sense that the office has time to actually look at these changes and discuss with the board. I can't reiterate it enough that if you want a theme or removal, please write it through forms. Thank you. opening discussions. Ilman, did you have a request already to go? Thank you, Chairperson Ilman. We'll see a few, maybe get them one at a time because there's others. Starting from military service, this is a good point to add this under the educational policy as well. Regarding equality, mention that it should not affect the length of studies. That flexibility and the opportunity to do this during other studies. Want an answer? If not, Linnikka next.
I had a question on the points regarding the military service, where it said that it should not be, the military service should be not make completing studies unreasonably difficult. What does that mean exactly?
We'll have an answer.
Yes, this is my unofficial translation. I hope the message is not lost there, but by this we meant that, for example, okay, yeah, starting studies, if you need to start studies and need to go to the service in the middle, or doing these kertausharjoitus, like this revision training camps, and maybe some others have something to add.
Aiheeseen liittyvä. Filman.
Puheenjohtaja, tähän liittyy myös
Regarding
esimerkiksi
this,
pääsykokeet
you have entrance exams and possible tests,
ja muut
tests at the military service
vaikuttaa
remotely. They affect courses a lot. Linnikka, something relating to the topic? Yes.
Linnikka Kulterirengas. So what you mean to say is that the current status quo will remain because you don't have to go to kertausharjoitus if you're studying. Yeah, you do? Okay, well, that's new. I hope it doesn't happen to me. One other thing is since everybody will be submitting comments on 29th of the 10th for suggestions, I'm sure, please wish me a happy birthday at the same time. Thank you.
Yes, Jaakko.
Tähän asiaan liittyvä tämä seuraava asia. Tuleeko tähän vielä jotain tähän?
Seuraava.
Yes, eli Ahola Luova.
Ahola Luova.
Mulla olisi muutamia kommentteja tähän julkisen liikenne ja liikkuminen osioon tälleen liikennetekniikan opiskelijan näkökulmasta. Tämä on kokonaisuudessaan oikein hyvä ja mukavasti kestävää liikkumista edistävä kokonaisuus. Kuitenkin tällainen pieni jopa asiavirhe täällä on siinä mielessä, että täällä puhutaan kevyestä liikenteestä. Ja kevyt liikenne on terminä siis täysin vanhentunut. Nykyään puhutaan kävelystä ja pyöräilystä, koska kyseessä on kaksi erilaista liikennemuotoa, joilla on omat ominaispiirteensä, ja jos suunnitellaan kevyttä liikennettä, niin ei tule hyvää jälkeä kellekään. Tämän siis voisi korjata tuonne linjapaperiin seuraavaksi. Ja sitten toinen tähän liikenneasiaan liittyvä kokonaisuus, niin täällä on tämä kohta, että HSL-alueella tulee pidemmällä aikavälillä tavoitella maksutonta julkista liikennettä kaikille alueen asukkaille, niin tämä maksuton joukkoliikennehän on sellainen asia, mikä niin kuin helposti ehkä arkijärjellä ajatellaan, että tämä on niin kuin parasta, mitä joukkoliikenteen kehittämiselle voisi tapahtua, mutta tätäkin vastaan on itse asiassa niin kuin tutkimustietoa, että ensinnäkään maksuton joukkoliikenne ei vähennä autoilua, vaan se lisääntynyt joukkoliikenteen kysyntä tulee pääosin kävelystä ja pyöräilystä, eli tietyllä tavalla maksuton joukkoliikenne jopa vähentää tätä tällaista niin kuin kestävää liikkumista ja myös muun muassa terveyshyötyjä, mitä aktiivisesta liikennemuodoista eli kävelystä ja pyöräilystä seuraa. Lisäksi tutkimusten mukaan, jos halutaan niin kuin yleisesti lisätä joukkoliikenteen käyttäjäkuntaa, niin paljon tehokkaampi keino on parantaa liikenteen palvelutasoa ja joukkoliikenteen palvelutason kehittäminen myös toisi joukkoliikenteen yhä useamman saataville arkeen, jos vaikka puhutaan, no tätä voi kehittää monella tavalla, en ehkä mennä siihen asiaan sen kummemmin. Ja sitten vielä sellainen pointti maksuttomasta joukkoliikenteestä, että se voi oikeastaan johtaa jopa huonompaan joukkoliikennejärjestelmään, koska jos joukkoliikenne on maksutonta, niin siitä ehkä helposti poliittisessa mielessä tulee vähän semmoinen, no miten pakollinen minimipalvelu, ja toisaalta myös, kun jos lipputulot otetaan pois HSL:n niin kuin tästä rahamäärästä, mitä käytetään operointiin, nythän 50% HSL:n niin kuin tästä operointikustannuksesta katsotaan suoraan lipputuloilla, niin ei sitä joukkoliikennejärjestelmää voida kehittää eteenpäin, tai ainakin on aika haastavaa löytää näitä rahoitusmalleja. Eli ymmärrän kyllä, että tällä kirjauksella varmaan ollaan tavoiteltu joukkoliikennejärjestelmän kehittämistä tai saavutettavuuden lisäämistä, mutta ihan tutkitun tiedon mukaisesti maksuton joukkoliikenne ei oikeastaan ole kovinkaan hyvä ratkaisu, joten tätä samaa teemaa voidaan varmasti lähestyä jollain eri tavalla, esimerkiksi just palvelutason kehittämisellä tai sitten, että kohdennetaan alennuksia tietyille ryhmille tai tätä luokkaa. Kiitos.
Like this. Thank you.
Kiitos, todella erinomaisia pointteja ja kivaa yhteisön asiantuntemusta on kiva kuulla. Otetaan varmasti huomioon.
It's nice to hear your expertise. We'll take it into account. You may send grounds, also proposals for change. We will discuss them then. Thank you. Vilma. Several points. Let's starting from intersectional feminism. This is something that we have brought forth several times in policy papers, and it's always been shot down. I hope it will be shot down as well. The policy is something that, without not having this, does not prevent the board from working toward it, but making a strong policy, we will be alienating a large portion of our members and will cause a feeling that student community is not something that's for them. All of our members should feel that it should be theirs as well. This is something that we should do, that if you feel as a group, we should develop these, we should develop under equality and equity, but I do not feel like tying ourselves to the concept of intersectional feminism. It does not suit our purposes. Example, on parts of group identity, and it's highlighting that we are individuals. We talk about the LGBTQAI rights. I think that we, as AYY's tasks, AYY is already working towards sexual identity, so equality is the issue. What we need to have always here on the forefront. Anything else pertaining to it is not something that's tasks for AYY. We also talk about minority right improvements. And point on not to improve minority rights, but to ensure that everybody has equal rights. And even though if they would have less rights, and I personally don't feel they do, but part of equality is that we bring it to a similar level. These two write-ups should not be included. They are not in line with equality, even though the answer will be that they are what we are seeking. But this is something that they should be stricken. The equality more broadly should be said and specifically identified as that through guilds and what's their position of power on how does this affect our members, especially in quarrelsome situations where guilds and associations are using their power towards their members. I know from several facilities related issues where association members are left alone and they can't seek for help from the harassment contact people because they are active people in a guild or an association. So I feel that this is something that could be recognized as problematic. And that should be maybe brought some sort of operational model to. Oh, sorry, I didn't have any time, but this is something that was brought up in the presentation. Thank you. Any other requests? No? Yes? So on international inequality, specialist Mäkinen and several items. So on the policy paper, the point of the policy paper is to on how do we give instructions to guilds or us. If people feel like they can't talk to the harassed contact personnel, if you feel like something has happened in the community where you want to speak about, then regarding intersectional feminism, and it's the definition is that intersectionally we will take into account everybody. It does not cut anybody off. It takes everybody into account and offers, when it's fulfilled, the opportunity to equally participate in AYY activities and discussion in general. And all of that has been written here. The term concept includes everything here. I don't know what else there was, but as the experts point here is that none of these write-ups is something that cuts anybody off. We can see that this is worse or bad. And we need to talk about LGBTQIA. We have already had a write-up in the earlier policy paper. It's there, but it has been rounded up to concern a more broad level because it was quite specific previously. So AYY has already had a policy on this. And in all instances, it places people under discriminations if you are a part of a minority, something.
Problem and validate these people's experiences about that they're also taking into account if they face this kind of harassment or discrimination. Thank you. And now, please, all comments and proposals are put in the Word document as well. That's for me. Yes, thank you for this good speech about public transport fees. In the short-term goals, what was included is that you need to be at least, the student discount needs to be at least 50%, and the long-term goal would be free public transport. So maybe we could also add here in between that the one-time HSL tickets would also be under the scope of the student discount, that we will bring this back. Yes, and as an addition to this, to what Ronnie said about the harassment contact presence for guilds and subsidiary organizations, I think this comes back to the draft, the action plan drafts, and the harassment contact person entries there. And when it comes to anti-racism and intersectional feminism, to have a discussion with people who use the term in such a way that it closes people out, because yes, the intention is to actually include everyone and see different kind of people and understand this, all these different aspects, and through this also promote equality. Yes, and the last request for floor here. Yes, you can also have a say in the next one. And this including everyone, it's equality, equity, and feminism is already an exclusive term that it discloses about 50%. It's equality, equity, not feminism. Feminism is an exclusive disclosing term. Siren from Aallon kokoomus. This also includes housing. It's one of our services, but we have surprisingly few points in the documents related to its financing. And in the social security, there's a lot about related to housing allowance. But also I want to point out that the challenging of kind of friends living together when it comes to ARA housing would be included here as well. I have more details here in through the forums. And also sustainability when it comes to, yes, including electricity in rent is not sustainable. So I would like to have an entry added about that as well. These are the biggest entries that I have. Encouraging people to live together with friends, also in ARA housing. Being able to draft a separate rental agreements for people living together. This requires certain policies. And then yes, about this electricity, about it included in being included in the rent. Yes, last request for floor, last speech then. That's it. Yes, Luoma from Luova. In student housing, it says that enabling building only studios and small apartments. What does this small apartments actually mean? And also says that trying boldly new kinds of housing solutions. Do you have any examples about these kind of solutions? Yes, point of order. Yes, one person may leave, we still have quorum if one person leaves. Only one person may leave. Otherwise, we won't have quorum. Yes, I think for smaller apartments is transforming the shared flats. And this new kind of housing solutions, I believe, sustainable development related solutions. Yes, thank you. The janitor will kick us out soon. We'll be happy to go through your other proposals through forms, but now I will end discussion, and the motion was that the representative council decided to record the preliminary debate on the second part of the policy paper, closing item 10, moving to item 12 of other business. Filman, please keep it short. Thank you. The board responded to these two questions or the motions via email, but I think that the answers don't really clarify the matter. I want to correct this claim that Kierrätyskeskus, the recycling center, has not been here since 2020. Rather, it has been here all the way under the summer, run by volunteers, otakut. It has been in operation until last summer. So I want to correct this claim that we haven't had this kind of a recycling center here. I also hope that these two issues will be promoted in the future as well. Thank you. Closing discussion, closing item 12. Going to item 13, closing of the meeting. It's 9:25, closing the meeting.